And hello again, boys. Let me just go get my iPad so I can talk to you. Okay, one more moment. And I am here. So it's been a while. I've been away on doing bits and bobs of work. But I am back and I've been looking around for some strategy games and I've come across a few. So we've got Dune, that's early access, but I'm not going to get that just yet. I'm just going to wait until I can get some money in the bank for payday, and then I'll probably get that as well. We've also got that Heroes of Might and Magic sort of game, it isn't, called Songs of Conquest, that's come out. And we're also, I found this game as well, which is a very fascinating, very unique strategy game, which is very old, and I think it's been very badly overlooked. Oh, welcome back, Tom. Welcome. Enjoy your new capture card. Good. It's nice to see you again. It's been a while, but it's good to know that everyone's back. So, what is this game? So this game was made by Norbsoft, which was a very small team, and they've done a few Scourge of War games. This is effectively strategy games, real-time strategy, almost ridiculously real-time strategy, where they go over different battles. They had the Scourge of War Waterloo, they had the Scourge of War Gettysburg, and so on. Unfortunately, they've now gone out of business. I believe their company's closed down, but they covered these famous battles and they did different scenarios for each battle, recovering the left or right flank as well as the main battles themselves. And the thing what made this game unique was the fact that you could go historical in the saddle. You could be a commander in the saddle with only the line of sight of where you are, and you had to rely on your couriers and the actual ability of the AI commanders to control the flow of battle. You could give them the initial commands, but then it was up to the AI commanders to win those parts of the battle, and it added to this sense of chaos. Because on one hand, you would not be able to see what's going on the left flank because you're only in person on the right flank, and so it meant that it really did simulate that chaos of command. This also came out in multiplayer as well, but unfortunately I don't think the multiplayer is very functional anymore. I think you can play it, but the audience for this game sort of drifted away to a few hardliners who still play once in a while. Where of course you could play as a divisional commander and receive orders from Napoleon, and then via courier, and then you would move off to complete those orders to the best of your ability. And then of course in multiplayer, you meant that you could have a commander player who would send orders to you via courier, and then you decided to control that part of the battle, meaning that was a very unique game because most RTSs rely on you having control of the entirety of the battle, whereas this, although you have the option to do so, its main selling point was the fact that you would have to play very realistically and that you couldn't control everything at once, and you had to disseminate the command, which really made it stand out. The only problems with this game, of course, it was very old and it's very buggy. I've had some big glaring issues with it. For one example, you need mods. So the collector's edition only has the one expanded toolbar, but that's expanded toolbar 1.03. You need to sort of delve through the forums, which are half dead and half not functional. And some of them you need to register to actually get mods to find the current up-to-date toolbars. And there's a few other mods as well, which some of the players have made, like the L'Essential mod and an Order of Battle mod, which I've installed. And so you've got the main game, which is the actual scenarios. Oh, I think I've got it here. Oh yeah, because I've uploaded a mod, but you can do the main game where you play parts of the Waterloo campaign, or you can play the Sandbox campaign where you sort of move around the campaign map and fight battles that way. You can do scenarios, again there's lots of modded scenarios, or you can play Sandbox battle. So for example, if I wanted to play a Sandbox battle, I could play the full French battle, and I could play as the Emperor Napoleon. And that means that I would be in control of the army, but I'd have to disseminate orders to my officers, my marshals and so on. So I'd have to disseminate a message to the General Division Antoine Drouet, who then, as an AI, carry out those orders. You can take direct command, but it's very difficult to do in the historical in the saddle campaign. Also in the sandbox, you can actually play as this and then receive orders from Napoleon. Or if you want to play on a smaller scale and just be in charge of a smaller brigade or division, you can play the general division and then just have control of a smaller part of the battle. Unfortunately, there are some bugs in the game. It is very temperamental. You do have to really struggle to get it working. One example is that Napoleon's a bit buggy on the larger scale battles, and in Sandbox they often won't use its cavalry and they'll just stay at the back and not do anything. But you can of course counter that by taking over, or you can in fact mod. It's very easy to mod, so I've created a modded scenario where you can play, well, I can play a sandbox battle with only infantry. But unfortunately, Napoleon got bugged, so it's not Napoleon Bonaparte's army, it's OOB FR Bonaparte army. And so you can customize your battles. You can have up to like 300,000 men and be a laggy mess, or you can use the current order of battles provided to you. Welcome back, Tommy Wine. We were just talking about a bit of Scourge of War Waterloo before we continue the battle, continue the game, and that meant, of course, you could customize it and make it your own sort of environment. And so, if you're playing on a larger scale, you're going to have to probably play Napoleon in the sandbox game, because the Napoleon command AI struggles to utilize all those troops where the British don't. Equally, it is a very old game and only uses 1.5 cores, I think. So you can't increase the number of cores the game uses, so it always will be a bit laggy. Here's some of the options you can actually use to play the game. So if we go back and go to options, you can play it normally. So you can play it like Rome Total War, or where you just play it over the top and control everything. Or you can play Historical in the Saddle, where you just limit your max camera distance to about 10, and you can only follow around your officer. You can't follow around other officers. And of course, you can do things a bit like Grand Tactician, where you have different courier levels, how much you can see on the map. So I did this as testing, but I'm only going to do line of sight for the command battles. You can have, of course, different difficulties, different resolutions. It's also buggy because if you Alt-Tab too many times at certain pages, it will crash on you. But hey-ho, it is what it is. And we're going to apply the options. So without further ado, before we continue talking more about this, we'll actually play it. So I'm going to do a sandbox scenario because I don't enjoy controlling the full army. I like controlling this a part of the army. And I'm going to use my custom-built sandbox order of battle. Now, I had a bit of a nightmare because I think the game cheats a little bit, because it gives Wellington a direct commander underneath under Orange Nassau, which I tried to recreate with Napoleon's army, but I couldn't do. So that means, of course, this fellow's going to have a much easier command because he's going to have like 3 big commanders. But with my sandbox order of battle, which I've built, as you can tell, because Napoleon is no longer Napoleon, it's OOB FR Bonaparte. We're going to play as Xavier Donzelot. Now, if you want to play historical, if you're really an historical boy, you could go to full French campaign, and then you'd have the real historical approach of the correct order of battle. I've also done some mods to remove the Prussians and remove Wellington from the game. And here's a mod called Les Censures, which you can find if you dig hard enough, which you can also download, which is, again, very interesting. Still, I've also downloaded another mod called this, which gave me a load of different order of battles. But enough delay. So I believe it is... Oh, is it Sandbox 3 or Sandbox 2? I know it's not Sandbox 1, I think it's Sandbox 3. Yeah. The Count Durlon, and I'm going to play Xavier Donzelot, and we're going to play it on the Waterloo AM map. Army versus army, hunt them down. Balanced forces doesn't work on the higher levels. And we're going to pick our number of points as 3 to get the AI to actually move around the map. And then we're going to do a full battle. A raised capture card. Oh, fancy stuff. But this is where this game is really unique, because I'm about to demonstrate just how It does simulate that sort of chaos of battle, but be wary, it is a dated game, so the graphics will be pretty poo. So if you're looking for high level graphics, I'm going to turn the speed down to 1, then you're going to have a bad time. So here's what I mean by historical in the saddle. So I am the commander, General de Division Comte Francois Xavier Danzelot. Now, the full French army is here, but I'm only in control of this division. Now, I can take direct control of these troops with this button here, and then micromanage it like a normal game, but it can be very difficult to do in the larger scale battles. So instead, you will just give the commands to the AI commander, and then the AI commander will execute them to the best of their ability. You can of course give them certain dispositions, like you can tell them to be suicidally aggressive, to be offensive if possible, to hold to the last, and then the AI will try and act a certain way in order to accommodate that. So I'll give the command to Baron Pierre Hollard, and I will say, you will move to this destination and you will be aggressive, and then he will try and be aggressive in that area depending on his AI. And then you've got the neutral one, meaning to do what you want. Of course, you have different commanders with the modded toolbar. So we have got use the roads, charge, retreat, turn off command and all subordinates, and so on. I can also take direct control of each brigade as well. Now, if we're going to LARP this properly, I'm going to follow the orders of my higher up, which will be the Comte d'Erlon. And so I will wait until I receive orders from the Comte d'Erlon, and then he will tell me where to go, and I will commit to that. Of course, you can just choose to ignore the orders, but that's the nature of the beast, whether or not you choose to or not. So you can see the orders are being delivered now. So my higher ups, my core commanders, and of course Napoleon is now sending orders out to tell them where to go on the map. So they will says 2 points there and a point in there, and I will now wait until I receive orders. So initially this is all real time, and so I didn't realize you could increase the speed to 3 speeds. So once we've talked about it, we will continue on. So let's go back to my commander, and we can already see that one of the AI commanders has received its orders and is now moving the old guard along the route. Yeah, you can choose to have the option off, but yes, also couriers can be killed if they run into the enemy, and they can be, I believe, intercepted as well. And the thing what put me off this game is I only thought it was about Waterloo, but because you've got the sandbox element, you also have other options to play. And so here we are, the courier is coming to me. It will then deliver me my orders. And now I've received a dispatch. So your orders are to move to the indicated objective on your map and to hold it. You may attack to drive out the enemy troops you may find there. And that's from the Comte d'Erlon. So if I take a look at my map, they want me to go over here. You might be able to just about make it out with the thin box over this objective. So I will now give direct orders to my commanders and tell them to move to this location using the road. Courier will go out, and then they'll dispense their own couriers to their brigade commanders. I'm also going to take direct command of the artillery. Tell them to use the road and tell them to march over here. And I've just received new orders from the Comte d'Erlon. Let's take a look to see if there's anything interesting he wants me to do. I'm going to go back to my commander first. There we are. But nope, still pretty same. And of course, you can also be killed in the field if you run into the enemy and so on. Can go horribly wrong to that effect. So my troops will now move into their destination. And I will now move myself to this destination as well, using the road. Unfortunately, I've done a very high battle count, so it's going to be a bit laggy. I can't optimize it because it only uses 1.4 cores. It's a very old game. I only noticed it because it was being recommended to me on Steam. Not Steam. I got it as all real time, so initially I didn't realise you could increase the speed, but then I found it out. So all the other commanders are AI. I mean, you can be the full commander, you can be Napoleon, but all the other commanders are AI, and they are all executing their orders as they see fit. Now, in this order of battle, I've turned off the cavalry, because I think cavalry is a bit buggy for Napoleon, and instead I've just relied fully on infantry, so it's pretty equal, about 90,000 for each army. So on my east flank, we've got the Colonel just Claudette. On my left, my guys are now moving in. And why am I going the wrong way? Should be going along this way. Who are you guys? You belong to me. You do. Use the road. You guys using the road? I told you guys to use the road. Again, because I'm not taking direct command, the officers may decide to ignore me, leading to a bit more of that chaos in the battle. And you use the road as well. And there we are. Now they're going to move along the road. I'll do a smaller scale battle after this, just to make it run a bit better. And then if I go back to me, am I using the road? I'm not using the road. There we are. And if you want to use the road, because you've got mechanics like tiredness, so if they're too tired, they'll retreat, and if they've got low morale, they'll rout. And there we are. Now, because it's all real time and it's hunting the enemy, I don't know where the enemy is, because I've set the setting so it's only line of sight. And so it will be very chaotic at the start. I won't really know where the enemy is going to be and where they're going to occur until I spot them. So now we can either spend the next 30 minutes or so walking along this road, or we can speed the game up. I did not realise until like 12 hours of playing this game, you can speed it up by doing this. Now, the thing what I found remarkable about this game is that sadly you can only connect via IP now, IP connection to play on multiplayer. But the idea of a multiplayer game with this much men, with all these players acting as commanders, trying to follow them to the best of their ability, is fascinating. I think this was a game that unfortunately was too ahead of its time, and if it was more widely known, I reckon it would have done extremely well. The best you're going to get in terms of that sort of officer command and officer AI these days is Grand Tactician, but it doesn't have that same level of officer independence. Now we can look at our map, whole line of sight. We're seeing the other corps beginning to march down to the objective. Now, there's not many maps on the game, but a bit like Grand Tactician, each capture point will be randomized, and so it will make each map unique in each way. So you'll play a map like countless times before you get bored of it, because there's so many different ways you can do things. They've also got the Wavra DLC, the Ligny DLC, and the Quarter Bra DLC if you enjoy playing those sort of battles. Another interesting thing is, of course, our own courier system, so we can send messages to our commanders, and we can also send messages to our higher-ups. And we can tell them things like, I need support on my left flank, I'm in contact with the enemy, and the AI will do its best to support you. So if you say to the Comte d'Erlon, I need support on my left flank, as long as that message gets through, the Comte d'Erlon may, depending on the situation, send you infantry to your left flank to support you. Which is, again, would have been fascinating in multiplayer. Now you can see that the masses of the French army are starting to move down through the lines. Pity I can't Alt-Tab, because I needed to turn off the preview on my OBS, but I may do that after. However, the thing with this game is it is buggy. It's temperamental. You do have to fix it or patch it. You do need to get the latest grog toolbar, and it does mean you have to do a bit of independent research. You've got to dig into the forums, and there's like 2 or 3 different forums because it's such an old game. Some are dead forums, some are not dead forums. Some need you to register. There's a mod called the Kriegspiel mod, which you need to register onto their forum to get their mod. It's like lots and lots of things you need to do to fix and patch and build, which to get it to a functional. It is functional, but if you want to really perfect it, then and have an easier time and an enjoyable time, you've got to really look for it. Look for the fixes and the patches. I think after this battle, I will show off the Waterloo battle itself and play it out again as Napoleon. We've got to play as Nappy to really demonstrate the chaos of the battle. Because right now I'm playing a rather easy time. I'm just in charge of a couple of two brigade commanders and an artillery piece. But as an actual command in the field, as say Wellington or Napoleon, it is a nightmare because of course you can only be in one place at once, and so you don't know what's going on the left flank if you're on the right flank. So because the objectives are pretty close together, I suspect we're going to have a big pitched battle on the right. Of course, this is not the historical Waterloo scenario, so it's not going to be fully historical. However, it is still going to be pretty unique because we'll be quite close to, I think, the Huguenot. Yeah, it's pretty much on the Huguenot. And that's what I like about this game, is just how unique it is. I can play as a commander in a certain role. I feel that the Gettysburg Scourge of War still has a more active community. I suspect because there's more American Civil War enthusiasts hanging around, but it's not on Steam, and unfortunately the developers of this game are now defunct. I think they closed down, which is a shame because if I think now Matrix Games is taking over this as publisher of this franchise. So hopefully we'll be able to get Gettysburg onto Steam as well, but if not, it is what it is. I'll make sure this is not my troops. No, they're not. Who are they in command of? Gaspard Bucaro. Because there's so much potential in this to have Marengo, to have Austerlitz, to have all these unique scenarios. But I think the big mod for this game is the Kriegspiel mod. However, it's an old game and it's still in the old days where you've got to like register to their forums to actually download the mod, which means that I don't really want to give out my email address and that or make an email address to get the mod. There are, of course, other modes. There is the attack mode, but you can only play that on a divisional level. You can't play that on an army level. There is the line of sight mode, which is again bugged. It means that often no general will move until like 4 hours into the battle. And you have the bend mode and of course the hunt them down mode, which is the more realistic mode which I'm playing, which is more designed for the full order of battle for armies. And although initially quite daunting, because the AI does most of the work for you if you want it to, it's not a very difficult game to get involved with. It's very easy to give orders and to move around, and that makes it also enjoyable to play because it's not too complicated in that regard. The complexity comes in the lines of communication and the chaos of the battle. There's things like the blood mod as well, and the smoke and powder mod, which I haven't installed because I didn't want it to break anything, if you know what I mean. Okay, looks like our cores have been split. The old guard has moved to the left. But these sprites have been stunningly recreated. But you have the actual Waterloo scenario is realistic, like really historically accurate, with historical commanders and historical units with their own individual sprites and their positions on the map at the start of Waterloo. So we're all marching to the objective, which is unique. I wonder where the troops will set up. Yeah, I normally do a good job of setting up properly as well. They won't just like, oh, pile in and just be like, oh. The one thing I will say it was frustrating is that you cannot attack, you cannot like melee into forts. You've got to shoot the enemy out of the fort. So initially I was losing thousands of men trying to charge into these houses, when in fact you can't charge into houses. You've just got to flank these objectives and then fire into it, which I thought was a pain in the ass. There's someone's artillery piece, which was a bit too north, but hey ho. As I was saying, look at the map. I'm going to be arriving at the objective Freshemont. So I'm going to send an order, a courier message to my commander, the Comte d'Arlon, and I'm going to tell them the time and date. I'm going to tell them the information. We'll have arrived at the objective. No contact with the enemy. I can also request support and give them information about the status of my orders, and I can also give commands to my subordinates. And in multiplayer, I can say things like customize messages to other players. At which point, I believe my courier will head off, but I can't see him in the chaos. So there you are. So I'm going to move up to the north for Echemont. So I'm going to go to my commands, and I'm going to open up my order of battle. And I'm going to select my commanders. So I'm going to go to me, and I'm going to select the Marshal Nicholas Mitch, and I'm going to tell him to move to Echemont on the right. And then I'm going to tell the Marshal, tell him to move up over here. And then I'm going to tell Captain Antoine Coutin to move over here. Of course, the AI is not perfect. It will just give you hold or attack commands. It's not going to give you like ridiculously historically accurate commands or anything like that. It will just give you hold and attack commands and give you the nature of what you're supposed to be doing there. So, for example, drive the enemy out, hold position, or act as reserve. So don't expect little flourishes like, oh, enemy has been sighted in my vicinity. Okay, let's receive a message from my subordinate. Where? Where has the enemy been sighted? Where has the enemy been sighted? I'm going to move forward with my corps. I'm going to be moving north. I'm going to move to Papelotte La Haye. So I'm going to give an order to my courier and tell the Comte d'Arlon I'm going to be moving to La Haye. Once again, select my commanders. I believe we do have contact. On the map, I'm seeing a bit of wellies boys, but not a lot of them. Here we are, there's contact and own this objective. Told you guys to use the rows, didn't I? Bitches. Okay, I'm going to start running up north to see what's going on. I'm going to go back now to 1 speed and see what's going on before I move my troops into position. Ah, buggy. There we are. Got a reserve corps there. Seeing something over here. Okay, it looks like the militia troops. Okay. We've got French guards on the left. I'm going to move up to the left of my position, my troops on the left flank, and support them. Nicholas Schmidt, I need to move over here double time. Go this way. Run. Use roads. Pollard, do the same. Run. Use roads. And the cannons move up over here as well to support. Run. Let's set up here actually. Counter that order. Oh, some surrendered French troops there, or some surrendered Dutch troops. So you can get mods to increase the graphical performance and make it a bit prettier, but I don't bother. Now hopefully my guys will be turning up soon. And I'm also going to send a message to the Comte d'Arlon, give him the time. Tell them that I am in contact with the enemy on my front. Center. It looks like a enemy division. And I don't need any support. So I'm just going to tell them that I'm now going to be driving the enemy. And that should send my little boy out. There he is. There's my little courier. Go on, Smith. I need you to get over here. Same with you, Lord. Get over here. Where are my troops? We're in engagement, but my troops have yet to turn up. Please don't be jammed. Is that my artillery piece at the very least? Yeah, that's my artillery piece. The artillery piece is moving in. And there's Smith. She's just coming up now. Good. I need to move to that left flank because we've got reinforcing British corps. Are you guys in position yet? Yeah, you're moving in now. It's always better to take direct command of your artillery, I found, because they're more likely to actually listen to what you tell them to do. It's a whole new division coming up. I think we can take them, so I'm going to give them the order to attack. Be on the aggressive. Same with you, Allard. Come on. Taking direct command of the 13th Leger. Move here, form a line, double speed. Double speed, you plebs. En avant! I mean, you need more infantry support. I'm going to send an order up to request more infantry support. Hop down long. Man require support. Request infantry support to my right flank. What are you boys doing? I know I gave you aggressive orders, but you need to move forward. Run! Okay, oh, they're setting up skirmishes first, okay. Now the British are coming. The actual British. What have we got here? Yeah, 1st Regiment of Foot. Okay. That's the thing, because you don't know the scale of the combat. You don't know whether or not you've got the right numbers. You don't know if you need reinforcements, because you're just in the saddle. You don't know what's going on. If I give the halt command, oh, I see, it's a bug. It's a bug. There you go. Little bug. If I give the halt command in this toolbar, the whole army halt. So no halting basically. Who's this commander? Peregrine Matland is suicidal. We got routers on the right flank. Take command! Allard, take command! Hurry! They're firing now. Okay, that's good. I think that's my... Mitch is moving forward now as well, that's good. Good, good. Yes, oh lord, I know you've come in contact with the enemy. I can see. How is the Bonnet battalion? Not doing too badly. My big concern is that if I don't get infantry support from another unit, I'm going to be in a bad spot. Again, they're my own troops. Where are the friendly forces? Can't see them because they're over the hill. Oh crap! My troops are charging. No, this is what. That was a bad order to give. You're gonna get butchered. You guys routed? Yeah, so these guys aren't coming back. And they surrendered as well, which is wonderful. I'm going to take direct command of the 3M battalion. Redirect them over here. And probably retreat a little bit because my line's gone a bit frayed. Oh, friendlies? Friendly forces? Yes! Francois Bourgeois has turned up. Who is part of the Comte d'Arlon's force, so because I put a request in. I think the reason I stopped doing Twitch is because I didn't like its affiliate process. I didn't like the idea because primarily you will not be recommended to be shown unless you're an affiliate and then you're more like a registered one, or there's like no one else streaming that particular game. And then if you do the affiliate process as well, you've got to they take a massive amount out of any income you would make. So I didn't like the concept of it, because you like basically sign your life away, and in order to actually be seen, you need to pay an arm and a leg to actually be seen on Twitch. Like, you need to get an advocate process, like, which is like a chicken and an egg. To be seen, you need to be an affiliate, but you can't be seen unless you're an affiliate. And that's why I didn't really like the whole Twitch process. I mean, you could get around it with bots and that, but I think it's just very saturated as well. Twitch is just so saturated in terms of let's chat and just random streams. It's very difficult. Whereas on YouTube, I can stream, record, and have a constant archive of my videos without any hassle. I can all do it in one place. Whereas on Twitch, I can't even hold on to my my videos until like they expire after like 14 days. And so I know, yeah, I end up giving up on Twitch because of that. No, I feel like you're actually gonna have a shout on YouTube streaming than you are. Like, if I think most of my games when I streamed on YouTube, I ended up getting at best 2, maybe 3 viewers average, which means I can never get affiliate process. I mean, same here. I can normally get around 2 or 3 viewers on YouTube as well. The difference is the video then goes onto YouTube. It does its algorithm magic, and then other people can view it. And so that's the thing I found with Twitch. I just didn't feel like it felt like it's very difficult to actually get anywhere within Twitch compared to YouTube. Don't get me wrong, YouTube streaming has its flaws. They really should have their own streaming section, but I just don't like I just don't like really Twitch anymore. I like watching stuff on Twitch, which is ironic, but the thing is, that's the thing, you see. When I watch things on Twitch, I will watch a set group of people who I'm used to watching. I won't browse to find anything else. I'll find, okay, who's got the most viewers. I'll look for a game. Like, say I'll look for Scourge of War. I'll look for it on Twitch, and I think, okay, that's the first one that comes up has this amount of viewers. I'll watch that. I don't watch it because of viewers. I watch it because it has so many viewers at that time. It's on the top of the it's on the top of the list, and so it means that unless you're already established in Twitch, or you're going to use bots or things like that, you're never really going to get a fair shout, unless you're going to play some real novel game which no one else plays, and then you might stand a chance. And it's expensive doing that. Like, it's very expensive, like having to constantly buy games to be first to stream stuff, which is just not very fun. Whereas on YouTube, because of the algorithm and because comments, it's not based on views, it's based on comments, release date, and likes. I think you get a fairer shout. Yeah, so I watch Twitch for streams, and of course I watch videos on YouTube. So most of my viewership doesn't actually come from the stream itself. It comes from YouTube views from the video. So I just stream it anyway because I like to interact with people when I'm playing and discuss the game and talk about it. And it gives that option for interactivity. But then YouTube also gives me the option to have it as a video as well. I don't have to do any extra steps, which is really good. Unless I know I upload something I shouldn't, and then I've got to delete it, and it's stuff like that. But I just feel like YouTube is a nice, neat package. But I think on Twitch, you're only going to really take off if you cheat, or you end up getting lucky. Like you're first for this random game, and the cards are very stacked against you. Established streamers will be the first in the queue to get these new release videos. They'll get preview copies, they will get early release copies, and you're just not going to be able to compete with that. Whereas on YouTube, the algorithm allows me to compete. Everyone complains about the algorithm, but sometimes the algorithms really work in my favor, and some random video I had no reason to expect would does well. The whole command is bugged. It tells the entire army to halt, which I need to be careful with. We've got more reinforcing cores coming in. I'm going to move my cannons up. How are my cannons doing? not my cannon. Where's my cannon? That's my cannon. 16 kills, yeah, you're not doing too well, are you? And move the cannons up here. This is a shame, but it's what it is. I feel like... But there are problems with YouTube. Now, one of the big problems with YouTube right now is not just DMCA, but copyright claims. A lot of larger streamers have talked about it and have basically said that what's happening is these random companies are copyright claiming on behalf of other people. And of course, they're not actually affiliated with those people. They just copyright claim and then they get the revenue. And so you have these bots or these big companies putting in these copyright claims on random videos just to make money. And this means that it's changed the content on YouTube. Like before, you would have a massive playthrough, or you'd have a long playthrough, or you'd have a 4-hour session. But now what you're starting to see is these tiny little clips of people talking about a game and showing stock images. You no longer see long playthroughs, and the reason for that is the fact that the longer it goes on for, there's more sound effects and sounds that bots and more perfidious groups can use to copyright claim. And so you're no longer getting massive long-hour bits of content, you're getting these short, sharp doses of content, which often doesn't have actually a lot going on in the content. It'll be a clip, or it will be a commentator on a video, or it will be heavily edited. And the reason why it's heavily edited is to avoid copyright. Because I've got random bits of soundtrack that have been copyrighted by some company I've never heard of before. And of course, because I don't make any money on it, I don't really care. But the problem is, it's just like every single video has a random copyright claim, some random clip, some random bit of music. And the only thing you can do is either mute that part of the video or edit it out. And that means that, of course, it's not worth the hassle for the older stuff. And so it's a whole system in terms of copyright claiming is insane. Like, it's absolutely insane. And that's why I think YouTube as a platform has struggled and is actually doing a bit worse now, because everyone is now doing the same content. You're no longer getting content variety, you're getting the same stuff because it's safe, and it means that the content creator doesn't get copyright claimed by some bot or some organization that's just trying to make money. So the thing with this game is that if you're just a small commander, you just got to let the battle play out. So sometimes it can be very fast-paced and rather in your face, but other times it will just be, well, they're going to fight, it's a pitched battle, I'll just sit and enjoy the battle and see what happens. I can look at my commander to see how much losses I've taken, so it's pretty even Stevens in terms of losses. I've done 863 casualties to 802 kills. Now, because of the chaos of the battle, I can't really tell what's going on. I don't know where my cores are. I don't know who I'm micromanaging. I'm just going to trust in my commander that he's got the right idea and that he's going to do the best in terms of fighting the battles for me. And of course, you can't micro all of this. You could try and micro all of this and go like, micro, but it's just not possible. You just got to let the commanders and the AI do its thing. So the reason why Francois Bourgeois turned up is because he was a subordinate in the Comte d'Erlon's army. So when I sent my message requesting support, I assumed the Comte d'Erlon sent this corps out to support me. Also, I had a load of problems with the Twitch's encoding algorithm. I constantly get cutouts and things like that. It was just frustrating. Like, whereas on YouTube, very rarely have I been dropped on the servers. I've never had to like faff around doing different server checks and things like that. I just go up, here it goes, and it's away. How's my right flank doing? Badly. I'm going to request more support to the right flank. So, to the Comte de Lom, the time is now 0901. Contact with the enemy on my front, centre, and front right. Current situation, enemy is division strength. Condition is fair. Holding the enemy. I now request infantry support to my right flank. And I'm going to send a message. Poirier will now go away on his little magical journey. Where is my areas? And hopefully we should be good to go. It's a rather unique battle. Different maps will have different outcomes, so depending on how wide your objectives are, sometimes you end up having a very concentrated battle, which we're having here. And other times you will have very dispersed battles. And we've sent more reinforcements up. My cannons in position, yes they are. Good. My cannons are nice and close now, so I'll be able to do some serious damage. The left flank is secure. I'm going to give my orders to my subordinates to now hold their ground. Looks like Schmidt has died, so I've got to tell him to hold his ground as well. Schmidt has been has fallen in battle. Who do you belong to? Why are you moving there? No, he's moving to check the right, okay. How's the fighting going, Kutan? 19 casualties, not the best. I'm going to move up the line and see what's going on. See if we've got troops moving elsewhere. Go! Go! There we are. Nice use of cannons on the right flank by the AI, and that's good cannon battery. Hi Oddball Gaming, welcome. Welcome to an old blast from the past. Good old Scourge of War. We should win on this right flank with the artillery battery here. We should just be able to smash it through. That was a good use of artillery from the AI. Thanks very much, Oddball. Very much appreciated. Now, I'm a bit gutted because I was put off by this game because first I thought it was old, so my millennial mind was like, I don't want to play this because it's old and it looked graphically bad. And second, because it's called Scourge of War Waterloo, and when I want strategy games, I want big strategy games. So I was like, I'm not really a fan of this because I want more than this Waterloo, but I didn't realise I had the sandbox aspect. And that's the reason why I was put off, but it's such an interesting game. It's just a pity the multiplayer now has to be done via IP, so it's very difficult to, and it's such an old game, like the communities are so niche, but games like this have a way of this surviving. But it's moments like this in the game which you appreciate. If you've got like Napoleon moving through on the left flank and you stand on this hill and you look down because you don't know what's going on and you're just getting a gauge of the situation, You're going, okay, I'm going to need more troops at this front. Where's my reserved corps? Just little things like that. Exactly. But this was made like what, 2017, and it's now what, 2022, and sadly the developers are gone now. That they've I think they disbanded, but the game community just kept going. But it's Gettysburg. Everyone still loves Gettysburg. That's the thing. But Gettysburg isn't out on Steam. It's out on Is that my troops? No. Lord de Charlotte. Marshall. Oh, Passage is coming up. It is out on the Matrix Studio. So we've got more reinforcements coming up by a different marshal. I don't know who this marshal is, who's now pushing the left. My troops, I believe, are beginning to fade. They are. So I'm going to have to tell my troops start going on a defensive. I'll give it to my commanders and be like, we'll fall back. Then I'm going to send another order to the Comte d'Erlon, saying that I am now in a bit of a sticky wicket here. Send help, please. Contact with the enemy on my centre. Centre right. Front right. Front left. And centre's wrong, so I need to refresh that. So Comte d'Erlon, time and date, information. Contact with enemy on my front left, front right, front centre, and front right. My current information for the Comte d'Erlon, I'm going to say it's probably core strength now. Holding the enemy. Condition is fair. I need support. I need infantry support to my centre. Oh, I just clicked refresh, you son of a bitch. I just screwed up the order. Contact enemy on my front left, front centre, front right. Enemy is core strength. Holding enemy. Condition is poor. Support. Best infantry support to my centre. Off we go. Yeah, so the AI will actually act on your orders. So if I send a message via courier, which is being sent off now, to the Comte d'Erlon, it will say to him, look, I'm into trouble, and the AI will be like, do I have any divisions to spare? And if they have any divisions to spare, they will move it forward. They won't send a message to you, because that's the limitations, and the developers, I think, didn't want to spam you. But they will then send it forward, and if they don't, then well, you're stuffed, basically. So I'm beginning to get pushed back by the reinforcing corps. You can also, this is what makes them, this is why I'm gutted that I never could get in touch with a multiplayer. Because of course multiplayer you could send orders like 2XYZ. Your objective is to secure the location La Haye and drive the enemy off the field. If no enemy is to be found, continue advancing to contact and the sound of guns. And then of course you're going to send a message. Oh, but I didn't select the Comte d'Erlon. But you get the idea. If I select the if I sent that message to Comte d'Erlon. There we are. Okay, time, date, information. Following orders. Send mission. Where are you going? Where's my orders? Where's my little boy? Where is he? Why aren't you doing what I want you to do? Oh, I gotta click enter. I gotta click enter. That's why. I gotta click enter. There we are. You gonna send it now? Send it. Oh, because I didn't select my commander. For fuck's sake. I selected someone else's commander. For fuck's sake. Bruh, 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 bruh. Enter. Message recipient and Commander Lom. Why aren't you doing what I want you to do? Time and date, information, execute the following orders. Report your status, and then do I have to do something else like this? And then will you do what I want you to do? Or is it because I've already sent a courier? Where's my courier? I think that's bugged. I think that's bugged. Normally a courier is sent out, but you gotta take my word for it, it does happen, alright? Let me try that again. Or maybe because I've already sent out too many couriers and I don't have any couriers to come back. There we are. I'm going to confuse the comp now. He's going to be like, what the fuck is this guy doing? I can hear the sound areas. Now if I do that again. Or maybe it doesn't work like that. Maybe the free talk is bugged. Free text is potentially bugged. Which is a shame. Okay, it looks like free text is bugged. So it looks like I can send these orders, but I can't use free text. There are mods to make it easier for the commands to work, but I do not have them installed because I don't play multiplayer because I would need to find a lobby to do it, and plus I'd be scared of giving out your IP, which is a bit of a problem having to give out your IP to play with people. What are you doing? My centre is not doing too badly. How is the artillery pieces doing? Good. Very good. 83 casualties. Now that the lines have opened up a bit, I can use artillery pieces. Not my problem, not my troops. What's going on over here? Who is this? We need reinforcements to my center. Take command. I'm not going to take command. You take over, AI. I believe you are losing this because I've got minus 560 points, but maybe let's take a look up. Yeah, Napoleon is losing. Now you can cheese it a little bit. So here's the point score to tell you what grade you're at. So if you're winning, you're like, oh yes, I've got a positive point score, but we have a minus score of 2,500. That's not a lot, but we are losing. Yeah, so after this I'll play the Waterloo battle as Napoleon and just show you just the sheer scale of the chaos, and I'll play as Napoleon. And bear in mind, this is only one part of the front. Like, I don't know what's going on the rest of the front because all I've got is line of sight. There could be another battle going on over here. There could be another battle going on over here. I have absolutely no control over the situation on this battle. Another issue is that you've got another little bug, which is frustrating. Is the fact that your courier messages don't open up. So sometimes they'll open up, sometimes they won't. So I've received new messages from the Comte de Lon, and he's told me to move elsewhere. But I didn't see it. So I've got to check that periodically, otherwise nothing's going to happen. Because I've picked myself as a small-time commander. I've picked myself as a divisional commander, not as a general. So I don't really have. I can only see what's around me, and so I don't. There could be a massive battle going on over here, and this is just like a tiny skirmish. I just don't know. And that's the really good thing about this game, is that it leaves that chaos factor. There's no real meta going on. It's just hope that you win in that part of the front. Like over here, there's another corps moving forward. I don't know who that corps belongs to. I don't know what it's doing. I can barely see it. I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing something. But the AI is following the orders of its commanders. Some of my troops have been routed. I've lost about half my men now. Which is a bit of a problem. But all I can do is hold. If you want a more interesting battle, then you would of course play as a higher level commander. Because after these guys are wiped out, there's not much I'll be able to do for the rest of the battle apart from just sit there and cry. I'm going to head back to the objective and leave my commanders to it to see what's going on back at their objective, to see if they've still got reserve corps. Station down there. Like, I don't know where the old guard is. What have we got here? Reserve artillery pieces, which have no value to me. I don't think there's anyone here. Oh no, there's a reserve corps. Who do you belong to? Use the road, you run faster. There we are. We have a reserve corps holding the objective. I could withdraw back to it if I wanted to, but I don't want to because it's I'd leave a hole in the line. The Comte de Tromelin, General Division Jean-Baptiste Genon. I'm going to send you a message. I don't think I can. I'm going to send it to my chain of command. That's a bit of a shame. Bruh. So I have no control over what this guy does. I've got 2 corps in reserve at this objective. Oh no, it's just a division. It's just a division. We've got a reserve division here. Okay, let's head back up north. Free speed! Away! No worries, have a good one, oddball. Have a good one. Go over there. And then free speed off. The only thing that is saving us. Oh fuck. Oh no. A bridge of sent up cannons. And my boys are pretty much done for now. I am going to have to withdraw from this position. First things first, go to my commander, go down one, go over here. And you're going to have to retreat back, I believe. Yeah, you're going to have to retreat back. And then I'm going to take command. Major Gilly. As soon as the artillery is out, I'm going to withdraw my artillery back as well. Down the chain of command, Major Gilly. Retreat back to the objective. Bhutan. You're already retreating. And looks like Audrey's died as well. Now I've got to send my message again to the courier. Information. Enemy is to core strength. Withdrawing to La Haye. Being driven back. Condition is poor. Request infantry support. I need these guys to fall back. Run away, run away, run away. Retreat. Alright, I gotta take proper command now, because these guys will not retreat. I'm taking full command. Retreat! Run! Use the roads. Run! Use the roads. Oh, the game crashed. Oh, okay. The game has pooed its pants. And I didn't save either. Okay. Let me turn off the preview. And let's try again. It is a temperamental boy, I will be honest. And I didn't save, so that's a bit of a problem. Let's do the Battle of Waterloo. But I want to play as a French army. Where's Waterloo, France? That's Ligny, Hessian Fury, Blood of Sorcerism. What does net serve? No idea. That's Quarter Bras. That's Sandbox. Emperor's Plan, King of Westphalia. All a bit all over the place. There we are, here it is. So, you have spent the morning surveying the ridge. So all of these scenarios are from different expansions and mods, but you can also play where you can play different divisional commanders. You can play the corps commander, divisional commander, but we will be playing as Napoleon for this affair. So we spent the early morning surveying the ridge to the north while waiting for the ground to dry for the previous day's rain. The only enemy forces visible are some scattered infantry units and artillery along the ridge. When things foolish to pick a position, we whistled back to the woods. The opportunity to destroy him continued north to the bluffs before us. The entire French army, no objectives along your line. And you get 30,000 points. I need to break through the left and the right and move to Mont Saint Jean, which I've done before, so let's see if it works out as well as it did last time. So, we are Napoleon. Here we are. I've ordered them to join the main army. And we're ready to begin the attack. We have corps for days all over the place. And I don't know where they all are. And we are right in the centre. Over here is, of course, the enemy positions. Now, if I select TC off, and all subordinates, that should work. If I select you and then turn TC off. Yeah, you've been sighted, I know. Stop sending me orders. Good. Now I'm going to select each command and tell them to be offensive. You are to attack. Stop. Stop it. Stop spamming me. I know you've seen the enemy. Now you can turn that option off. I'm going to turn it off actually. Not all. Turn off auto display courier messages. There you are. One. Tell everyone to act aggressive. I want full offensive action on every front. So first thing first, let's begin ordering our troops for the attack. So what have we got over here? We've got some divisions there. You are going to be attacking the centre. How you do it is entirely up to you. Then with Division Comte de Bois, you will be supporting the centre. Lefebvre, you'll be supporting the left flank. Jesus, I'm getting so many orders. Do I have my Old Guard coming up soon? Noir, you're going to support the right flank. And these guys, you'll be supporting the centre. But Comte de Lom, begin your attack on the centre. Now I'm going to sort of navigate and find out where everyone is. So we've got some troops here. The General Division Valentin Summer, you'll be attacking on the left. I want this commander to be attacking on the left as well. I want this commander to be attacking on the left. Again, I can only give vague orders, I can't really tell them exactly where to go, but there's no point moving them across the line for this battle. Lesoy. I think Lesoy is over here. Where is the Hougoumont? You need to attack to secure the Hougoumont. Cavalry has no value attacking that position, so you can attack over here in the center. Mapupan! Who do you fellows belong to? Marshal Antoine Toussaint. We're going to break through here. I want you guys to go around the objective. I don't want you to actually attack it. So, go around the Hougoumont, otherwise that's going to slow us all down. Who do you belong to? Comte de la Bow? I want a mass attack on this sector. And then you guys over here, I don't know who you guys are, but oh, they're British. That's no use to me. I've got units over this sector as well. Well, you know what to do. Keep pushing on the left. Reserve corps. The Corsairs are of no value on this sector. I want them to move over to center. Caliban, move to the center. And then I will come back here to see if we have any reserves left over. Have my orders gone through yet? You know full well I want you guys to do. Laboun. I want an offensive over here immediately before the what's the space turns up. Baptiste, go! Cavalry. Cavalry, reserve cavalry, center. You know exactly where I want you to be. I want to use the guards straight away as well. No point bringing the guards in as a final wave. My boys beginning to move. Sort of, but not really. They're all going to be very tired when they get there, aren't they? I didn't tell these guys to run, didn't I? General? Where are you located? You're located in the center. You're going to go exactly to that crossroads. Any other troops we can move forward? No, the reserve corps are moving forward as we speak. I've already got cars moving in. Oh, I've got cavalry there as well. Finish with skirmishes. Cavalry. You are to move to attack the right flank. Who on earth do you belong to? Oh, I've already talked to you. I've already talked to you. I've already sent you so many messages. So many contradictory messages already. How's the left flank doing? And the right flank? Not bad. But then again, I'm nowhere near where I need to be. So we've got cavalry as well, and located over here. Milaud or Dre? Oh god, not Dre. Offensive action, move up. And whoever this artillery belongs to. Well, you get a general idea. I've already sent you commands, corps commanders. Fine, they can now turn you back on. Is that infantry? No, it's just copious amounts of cavalry. Cavalry charges by hussars on the right. What the fuck are you guys doing? Labao, I told you to attack. And I want you to attack at all costs now because you're now letting the team down. Joy, Attack at all costs. Alone, attack at all costs. Attack at all costs. Attack at all costs. Attack at all costs. I haven't been to the right flank yet, I need to get over there. Ah, no, bug time. I got a message. That's some of the bugs, now you'll end up constantly zoomed in. Which is actually probably a good thing, it's actually good quality of life, you can actually see the targets more. Who is this? Antoine Dre. Interesting. We've got very strong offensive action on the right flank. Gotta make sure these guys are all very aggressive. We're all going to be pretty tired, but I think we've been blocked on this ridge. We've got cannons there, but we just don't have the infantry. They have cannons there as well. This is my cavalry corps. No value to me. Not yet, anyway. We just don't have enough troops on the right. Now, why is that? We've got artillery pieces. I've massed my cav on the right, so I hope that will check any advances there. Marshal Antoine Nuge, Martinet. Okay. That's the objective to take. The push in the centre is not going according to plan. Reshift. Head back to this objective here. And go for a run. I need to see to make sure all my reserves are being deployed as fully as possible. Messages for days. What have you got for me? Oh, it's just the enemy. It's just the reserve. Spotting the enemy now. Oh, Kellerman. You've already got mission orders there. The old guard's now moving up. Or is it a new guard? I don't know. I have to check. It is the Juin guard, so the young guard, I believe. This road is jammed. It's that left flank that's laying the team down right now. Told you to assault ages ago. Assault. This objective. It's very much a different kind of battle as an officer. There we are. That's what I'm looking for. That was a decisive push. Cavalry's in reserve to exploit, that's wonderful. No, we have a routing force. Well, we lost 2 routed troops. I want those cannons brought very close to bear. Finally, the troops are on the move. That's a different what I did last time. I mass assault the left, now I'm mass assaulting the centre. Oh, the hook wants me taken. Keep attacking that left flank then. Pushing this position is not going according to plan. I need this position to be pushed forward. General Comp Division, you've been told to attack this. I expect you to do that. Never route to cannons. Back here. Double speed cavalry. What are they fighting? This enemy cause there. They will eventually move to attack formation, it's just going to take a while. It's going to take some time. How's that centre doing? Okay, we've got cavalry there. It's hiding behind the ridgeline. And the old guard, or the new guard, is moving up on the right. There we go, that's something I wanted to see more of. Just took them a while to do it. And then the right flank's got the cavalry support, so that should be fine. We'll just have a big old cavalry fight on the right. I need to move up onto this hill so I can see my targets. You boys, what are you guys up to? It's not cannon. What are you? If you've got more infantry, I'd love to see it. I need to push more on the right. I feel like the right needs a bit more help with the cavalry support. So no, you can choose the camera angle. So you can play top down like an RTS game, or you can play from the saddle, where you play as the officer. Now the game has bugged a bit because normally it's not zoomed in like this, but because I received a message while using my telescope, it has meant that now I'm in a constantly zoomed in state, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Who are these guys? Marshal de Camp Peugeot. Push the right flank. Yeah, it sucks a little bit. It sucks a little bit. Because, I mean, I could save it and restart it. I think I probably will do that. Because I will get constant messages. Let's call it Wellington Waterloo, even though it's not Wellington Waterloo. Oh no, I'd have to close it and turn it back on, I think. Come on. Or... no. Shame. Yeah, I can win like this. It's pretty fine. I mean, honestly, the Napoleon battle is actually pretty easy because most of your units in a good spot. It's just making sure you push quick enough before and do enough damage before you get pushed back by what do you call it? Blucher. Blucher pushes you back and you have a bad time. Alright, General Division, a little bit of the sim. You're going to push over here. If you think this is the easy part, but actually this is the hard. This is actually the easy part, not the hard part. Now I need the cavalry to begin moving forward to push them into square. Whatever these guys are, they need to move forward. Artillery, you're okay. I think I've given all these guys orders anyway, so hopefully the commanders do what I tell them to do. If not, then there's not much I can do to force them otherwise. Alright, let's actually go to this ridge line. and see what the damage is. Got routing troops, that's always a bad sign. Ah, Polish Uhlans, okay. No, no, okay, they're not. It's fine. Cannons. Move forward. Can't really shoot over the hill, can you? Alright, what's going on over this hill? Aha! Nothing, we're stuck. Cheeky little charge, perhaps? Now, the reason I brought the cavalry here is because it forces the enemy to go into square, which is very good for me to win pound for pound. So I didn't really expect to have the old guard here. Well, Polish Uhlans, you're not Polish, are you? You're sort of not in the right spot. What are you going to do? I don't think you're going to charge that square. You don't really need to charge the square either, because you're all doing rather well. Look, 86 kills to 20 deaths. We've now taken the enemy's left. Now's the time for us to continue pressing on. The left has been taken, has it? I don't know who I had in the left flank, so I can't really tell them to. But now I need to move to Mount St. Jean. It's very important that you bring the cavalry up so you can like charge as well when they're not in square. I'm going to send them to charge now. Charge, you fool! Charge! Yes, charge the square and not the line. That's always a good shout. Good work, guys. Charge! Charge! Not the best charge. I'll be real with you, Chief. Yeah, the cavalry won't charge squares, so that's why you need infantry support with cavalry, and you need cavalry support with infantry, because if an enemy cav comes up, you'll just form a square and then you'll get shot to pieces. A bit like what's happening now with these troops here, because squares, of course, don't get the full firepower out, so you can just start mowing them down. Which is odd, you'd think cavalry would beat infantry, but actually cavalry loses to infantry unless it had infantry support. What unit is that? Okay, that's what's left of the old guard. Highlanders, 92nd probably. 92nd, yep. I do need to head over to the left flank to see what's going on there. Oh, yeah, we're just massacring them. Easy win. Apart from that, the cavalry may slow us down a bit. Right has been taken. It's all well and good. Howitzers, you can stay where you are. That cavalry, however, needs to move forward. And then we can form a square. Good volley, good volley. Are those reserves or routers? That's the question. Are they reforming or are they routed? I feel like there's a lot of enemy cavalry there, but it's not being used, so I'm not too worried about it. The left that I'm worried about, look at that. You guys, I need you to move to the left flank. That ridge line has stopped me in my tracks. I mean, we're moving up cannons to point blank them, so that should be pretty good. That should be fine. Should be okay. Why have I got so many troops lurking to Hougoumont? Get over here. They'll form square now, which is fine. All I want to do is threaten them with cavalry, so they just form square. Nice. There we are. As soon as they form a line, we charge with our cav. Chevette de la Garde. Watch them run. And if they're not in the square formation, they'll run and you can get loads of kills on it. Unless, of course, they choose to retreat. Run. Come on. What on earth are my commanders doing on this flank? You're all running to one cavalry unit, you potatoes. What is this? Why are you all routing? Attack. Attack now. Stop getting bullied by the cavalry, please. Enemy infantry reserves are coming in and I sort of need your help. Jerome, I'm going to need you to evacuate the Huguemont, please. Most of it's drones, guys, which is a shame. People retreating, people withdrawing. Have I got any cavalry reserves? No, I all dragged them to the wrong flank. You guys. Move to me. That drone? No, it's Captain Dwerton. Oh! The British cavalry surrendered. There you go, to the army of couriers. Finally, the troops are beginning to move. It's a pretty close-knit battle, 12,000 to their 14,000. We haven't really broken the camel's back just yet. Head back to the right flank. I think we're having the most progress on the right, if I'm honest. Our brigades are surrendered. 5 days surrendered because Jerome's deciding to hide out and party in Huguemont. Get the fuck out of there, you piece of shit. I'm not really worried about the cavalry because the cavalry's not moving in. If the cavalry moves in, then we have a problem. But stop moving into the centre. If we poke on the right, then we can keep on pushing. Advance 300 yards. Advance 300 yards. There's a lot of reserve infantry there. It's the cav that's really helping us out. The cav just keeps these guys in square. Oh, look at that advance. Glorious cav in the centre. Pretty healthy infantry square as well. Who do you belong to? Chapter Napoleon. Okay, so people have died so badly now that we just ran out of troops. Like we're running out of officers because they keep on getting mown down in the face of battle. That's a reserve corps, is it? Even though I had a reserve corps. Here you go, that's true commandership, that's not knowing what you're doing. Okay. This works in my favour. Marshal de Tromelin. You were to push through in the sector. Oh, someone charging? No one good is charging. Where is your command in the field? Colonel de Scarlet, I need you to attack. I mean, the right flank is gone. The right flank is more or less gone. I can just continue to advance. We crushed the right flank. That's amazing. Look at that. Jesus. Before I give the command to flank round, I just want to make sure there's nothing over that hill that is unfriendly. Yeah, look, 17,000 men lost. That right flank has collapsed with that mass cavalry charge. Well done, whoever the commander is over on this flank. Done very well here. Slowly then march on Saint-Jean. There is some enemies here. We are being countered as we speak, but nothing too problematic. Come on. Yeah. Got some surrendered troops here. Surrendered French troops, mind you. I don't want too much of my guard corps to be focusing on crushing what's left of this, if you know what I mean. Like it's an easy win now. There's no point to keep on attacking this sector, so I'm going to try and call off the guard corps. The Comte d'Erlon and tell them to start moving over here. So you are in charge of Durette. Cavalry can stay there for now because it's doing something. It's keeping them in square. And these guys, Marshal Claude Pegot, can go over here as well. And then this French cav over in this location. Move over on the left. A good right flank push, which is nice. Alas, I don't think they're going to listen to me anytime soon, but hey-ho. You do what needs to be done. There's Saint-Jean. They've got cavalry, they've got infantry withdrawing from the position. Got cavalry advancing. Let's make sure this cavalry is ready to go. Napoleon. Move in. Those guards aren't coming back anytime soon. Not until the infantry's been fully wiped, but we've just driven them completely from the field. It's a complete rout. It's a complete rout. I mean, we are beginning to get screwed up a bit more. But hey ho. You know who I want to click? There we are. I want you to stop pushing over here. No point continuing to push. Alright, let's start moving back over this way. I need to know what's going on my left flank. Right flank is good. It's just going to take them a while to reorganize and keep on pushing into their weak flank, but I need to sort of know what's going on elsewhere now. Why are you taking me over here? I want to go over here. Thank you. Good, cannons are doing well. Get these cannons to move them up. Ah, yeah. Form a line. Probably stop using the roads if I were you. You're going to run in front of the enemy. Take me over here. I feel like as soon as they see infantry, they'll contact them, so there's no need for me to micro these guys too much. And they're the old guard, so we should be fine. Move the cannons up. Wow! I've got a whole reserve corps here and no one hasn't been used yet. Come on. Come on now. Sort of need you guys over here. Before the enemy reinforcements arrive. Who's the commander of this sorry state? General Division Guillaume de Hesme. If I lose this battle because of you, you're going to be guillotined. I'm quietly confident I'm going to win this anyway. Like, that right flank collapse was so good. I guess tell by the point difference that that had been a right flank collapse. Wesley's over here somewhere in the centre. Where are you running to? You better not be routed. No, you're just tired. Cavalry's just sitting here waiting for an opportunity to chump. As soon as those guys rout, the cavalry just will be on them. You alright, Danzelot? You about to do something silly? Yes, you are. It was nice knowing you, Danzelot. I have infantry in such a large number. Cavalry battle going on. With whatever cavalry I sent over there. These troops need to advance. Come on, drone. I've been trying to get you to advance for ages. The nightmare actually trying to, with this camera, trying to get these guys to... Yeah, there we go. Interesting why you're shooting over there and there's no one to shoot at. Nightmare. See, I can't move the binoculars around while I'm not doing this. I move it around now, but I gotta like aim it and then zoom. Oh, nice cavalry charge. Well done. That's just its infantry charges as well, so it's going to get smashed. Run away! Run away! 48 kills just doing that. Bring this artillery piece. These artillery pieces up over here. I've pretty much broken the back of them on the right, I believe. Like the whole right is in a state of disrepair, but they still got a heavy infantry contingent somewhere. Just don't know where. That's what's left of the cavalry. Where's the rest of the cavalry? Okay, they're still maneuvering around. That front is gone. Like, there's so many holes in the lines now. Head back this way to the right flank. We're done watching this. Take me away! Maybe be a bit careful here because I'm running out of... Oh, I've still got infantry brigades, but they're not very large anymore. Who do you belong to? Be careful, be careful. Oh, lovely volley. Motherfuckers won't surrender, that's the problem. Oh, now they're routing, that's good. This camera angle is great for looking out, but not for looking in. Cavalry by itself is not threatening in the slightest. It's just you need cavalry and infantry together. So I'm not too worried about the hordes of cavalry behind, as long as they don't attack while I'm fighting infantry. I think I'm just going to aim to destroy the army and not the capture point, if I'm honest. There we are. Here's what's left of the guys. Marshal, General Division, Division Baptist Mill Hold. There's the objective. Move into. You guys can move into draw. You can move over here. Where the fuck are you guys? Where the fuck am I looking at? Oh, okay. It's quite difficult sometimes to actually see what's going on because of the camera bug. Another one of my surrendered guys. But normally the skirmishers that get too close. Interesting to see how that plays out. Probably rather badly, if I'm honest. Yeah, I played that rather badly. Charging an entire mass by yourself is probably not the most intelligent thing to do. Some vicious units, but nothing too bad. gonna go over there and shoo over anyone who's still lurking in the wrong place. Look, direct you me to move to the left. There's still enemies to be killed over there. Do as I tell you, now. There we are, there's my old guard. Oh, my young guard. Looks more modern, so I'm going to call it young guard. How did the final skirmishes go over here? Just some cavalry, but they're not doing anything. They're sort of sitting there and taking it. These are no longer a significant threat. Once that right flank is gone, I can... Yeah, this right flank is more or less gone. I'll leave those guys here. I'm not going to move them because I just want to make sure that flank is checked. But I've got enough character to put up a fight, and I've got some enemy, some old grenadiers still here, making sure they don't move or do anything silly. Little charge battle going on. Nice. Can't see shit. It's got some grenadiers going for a windy walk. Good, and capture some prisoners. Now we're fine, this whole area is checked. This whole area's been checked, we're fine. Okay, let's head back to the headquarters, or head back to the main site of battle. The battle. What is that over there? And cuirassiers that's resting on the far corner of the map. Hello, cuirassiers. I didn't spot you. I'm sure they'll do what they need to do. I don't know when Blucher or Grouchy is supposed to arrive. Now in this scenario I believe that it's random whether or not Blucher or Grouchy arrives. Well, they could both arrive, it just depends. Comte de Laval, come on now. You want to push. Don't reform your corps, I don't care how tired they are. I need to know what's going on my left flank. You can use the rows, it's fine. The rows are a quicker way of getting around. A lot of it's just going for a stroll. It's like battle hiking simulator and a horse. But my cavalry's lost. Having a few cavalry engagements, nothing too bad. Yeah, the halt button halts everything. Bruh. Which is a bug with the mod. Commanders? Commanders, move over here. Where's the boss of this command? You know what I want you to do? I want you to push over here. Keep on advancing. Oh, you go on top of this hill. Let's see what's on top of this hill. Let's check the damage. The left flank is holding slightly. Not the end of the world, it's just very difficult to organise counterattacks now, which is a bit of a nightmare. Because I want to knock these guys out before Blucher arrives. If he arrives. Okay, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving left to see if we need any more reinforcements to this area. Good, the guards have finally arrived. Like, casualty-wise, we're doing very well. It's very difficult to mobilise everyone to move to where you need them to be. Like over here, I've got reserve corps, because commanders like to have the reserve corps, and they're just not being utilised. Come on, Campy, move up. Same with you guys, move up. Another cavalry charge. Where's it charging to? I can change it a little bit, but not enough to actually have much of an impact. Oh, and charge those guys lying down, you know you want to. We have full advance here, which is great. Oh no, they've all stood up now. You're all sort of fucked. And they decided to form a square. You've sort of wasted your opportunity there, haven't you? Close the trap. Close it now. Routed. Routed. Now you want to look over here. The frame chugger. Chug, 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 chug. Still a notable force there. Okay, now I think we've more or less won, so I'm going to go to options, 3 speed, and let the game take the wheel. So I don't go insane waiting for Blucher. This is the highest bit I could find. Who surrendered? I don't know. Couple of charges here and there by the cab, but nothing to be too upset by. You guys can move to secure Mont-Saint-Jean. Bug. Now I got twice the zoom. That's what makes the game so unique, these massive battles, but you're not so hands-on. You give the general orders. I mean, you can be hands-on if you want to be a brigade commander, or you want to be a divisional commander. But if you want to be a general, you can just give the general orders, give them a general strategy, and let your commanders sort it out. You're pretty much sweeping them off the town now. I hope that the artillery moved forward as well, which is good. So I think Wesley starts with 70,000 men now. He should be down with 40, and I suspect most of them will be cavalry. Let's get this guy. Turn him to halt to the end and tell him to take Mont Saint Jean. A lot of bodies, a lot of Highlanders. Once I move the troops off, we'll be able to see the true extent of the casualties sustained, but it seems most of the casualties really were British. But then again, we did take a bit of a pasting trying to take the hill. Just keeping an eye out to make sure there's no more troops that we need to call out. They're all actually doing their jobs, which they are. There's only 2 guys left in this troop. The 1st battalion got so badly crushed, it routed with only 2 guys left. Got troops over here still. Guns, cannons, 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 cannons. You can move over here. Assist on the breakthrough. And these guys can... Where's your commander? Charge! Interesting. Interesting draft approach. Now we're taking a bit of a steady rise in casualties sustained. For life of me, I don't know why. Appears that they're able to really significantly hold their positions now. I'm going to move my troops over to see why. That's the problem. We should have really taken Mont Saint Jean now, if I'm honest. In fact, we haven't. It's a bit disconcerting. I don't think they've got many infantry left. I think they're mostly being crushed, but it's just a few hangers on that are slowing everything down. Interesting cavalry, cannon tactic. I don't know what's going on there. That cannon's literally going to walk into its own demise. There's a few troops still hanging around over here, but nothing too bad. It's that we still have not taken that objective yet. Because of those troops. I also need to head back over here just to make sure everyone has moved back to where they need to be. Let's go! Cavs just checking that flank. Okay, that's fine. I can live with that. I can live with that. Go! Go over here. Fine. Now go. I could have microed this more. I mean, we're winning it, but it's just we're taking more casualties than we actually needed. Take. Especially because a lot of my cavalry refuses to do anything. Look, cavalry, move over here. Same with you guys, move over here. There we are. I don't think there's a proper threat anymore. Just waiting for Blucher, but I just would like to wipe this out before Blucher turns up. Move this to attack Saint Jean. Have I actually taken this yet? I don't think so. A lot of bodies, but nothing too bad. There we are, we've taken it. Taken Mont Saint Jean. Finally. Finally the objective's been taken. Just keep aiming to destroy what's left of our army. Before Blucher turns, I don't know when historically Blucher does turn up, so it could be a rather long wait. If he does turn up, Grouchy may turn up instead. And he turns up a Planche Noir as well. Yeah, let's turn messages back on. Now he's still on. And this is what's left of the British infantry. So generally speaking, if you can push them off the ridge line, it looks like you generally win. It's that moment where you're not sure where the infantry is, because what happened on my previous game of playing this Waterloo campaign, I mash pushed on the left and they sent infantry reinforcements to the centre, and therefore I was able to push them off and win. But in this case, I did a mash push in the centre and they pushed on the left, and they sent their reserves to the left, and I was able to break through that way. Equally, the use of cavalry just sort of screws up the AI completely, because they'll just form square and you can just mop them up. But it was a good use. It was good luck by having the cavalry able to come over there and be quite useful throughout. I was able to do such extensive casualties compared. I mean, they've taken 10,000 more than me, and so altogether it's not been too shabby. I mean, I was very impressed with that right flank push. I mean, last time I played this, my right flank was absolutely battered, and I had to just hold the enemy positions in place with a few paltry cavalry forces and a few infantry stragglers. Whereas this time, by using the guards and some of the guards on the right flank, I was able to just decimate the right flank, and even do okay on the left as well. But that right flank curve was it was pretty much the end of them. Now it's just a slow advance. A gradually slow advance to push off the British before we finish off. If the British doesn't turn up until like 5 o'clock, I'm not going to wait 5 o'clock real time, even if it's 3 times speed. We'll just call it here, because I've more or less achieved the victory I need to achieve. Because Wellington's army ceases to exist. Like there's no army left. There's a few cavalry stragglers. Panic. Oh no, they're going to charge the square. So this battle had a lot more cavalry engagements compared to my previous one. My cavalry got blocked by infantry squares in the previous one, and that sort of meant I couldn't really do much. The one I didn't stream. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about, I'm talking about that. It's just a bit of mop up now. Now this area looks pretty bad for me. I think that's my troops. Yeah, it looks like I took a bit of a pasting in this area. I like how if you've got persistent bodies, you can sort of see how the battle plays out by the bodies lay. You can see there I am. One of the squares I got knocked out. Some of my infantry there. It'll probably be on the other side of the hill where I took the most casualties, if I'm honest. Nice long infantry line from where we took some casualties. So some cavalry casualties there. Oh, a bit of a disaster. I hate fighting actual cavalry of infantry because you've just got to slowly advance with these squares. There's no other way to push them off. So our big problem was here, but we didn't do too badly actually. Especially around Hougoumont. Well, I'm not going to go inside Hougoumont, I refuse to, because it's an absolute forest nightmare. Tight engagement there. The Highlanders got knocked out earlier. The Highlanders are like the elite, whereas my elite didn't really get knocked out that soon. Yeah, I was trying to take this ridge line, and that was where most of my casualties lay. But once I actually solidify myself on that position, I was pretty good to go. But yeah, so here's all my casualties there, casualties there. Now all we're really doing is mopping up. Let's take a look. Google, I'm going to Google it. I'm going to Google it when Blucher turns up. Time when Blucher arrives at Waterloo. So apparently he starts putting pressure around about, well, you get some Prussians that arrive around 10 AM, but they look like the like General Hussars. They don't actually look like they did anything. Okay, that's no help for me. It's Waterloo now. Doesn't really say, does it? Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't really say. Oh well. I suppose someone will know, but I think they're supposed to turn around about then and start adding pressure, but I don't see any added pressure going on right now. It's a shame. Because in this scenario, they're supposed to arrive at a certain time period and start putting pressure on. Or Grouchy arrives and someone else puts pressure on, but I think we're pretty much good to go. We're just mopping up what's left of Wellington. If they're supposed to be putting pressure on the French right, I'm going to go and take a look on the right flank, see if there's anything over here. I have no idea what the order of battle is now, but I'm going to select this unit. You know what? No, it'll be fine. We don't really need troops to keep defending there now. Just a gradual manoeuvre of the battlefield. There's some infantry left here, but nothing too strenuous. No, all looks pretty quiet. Got some cuirassiers over there. Okay, let's just start ordering the guys to defend and then we'll see what happens. And if no one turns up by then we'll call it here. One, done. Two, done. Three, done. Long way to get the boys back. Okay. We did put a lot of infantry in check over here. One. Do your thing. Let's see if they ever turned up. Of course, you can also change the difficulty, give them extra, the enemy extra size or extra numbers. But I just wanted to play the historical act. And you can also make them more aggressive as well. So next time I may change it to make them more aggressive. But still, it's a pretty interesting battle. I quite enjoy doing that. I'm seeing some troops move. But I'm seeing nothing at Planchenoir. There's a lot of troops there. That's not actually. It's a tiny amount of troops. There's anything to be worried about. And they're all British. Again, if they're not Prussian, they're not my problem. Okay, back to Saint-Mongeant. And then if we get there and there's no Prussians, then we'll call it there. Gotta be careful here. I'm about to wander into the enemy's Tony's about to wander into the enemy cavalry. Again, they won't actively hunt you, but if you do wander into them when they're doing a charge or something, you may die. Cavalry really should charge. Where's all my infantry and why aren't they? Allowing what's left of the British to come over here. And we will call the battle here, I think. Not seeing any more Blucher's men coming in. So I am seeing some movement there. I may go over that hill. See what's going on over that hill. Away! About a 10,000 casualty difference, which isn't too bad. We've still got enough to hold out against the Prussians, I think. Battle appears to be over, boys. Now I could keep going, and maybe Butcher will turn up, maybe, but it probably won't. And let's be honest, I'm not going to wait till 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock real time to for him to turn up, which is a pity. Next time I may increase difficulty and make it a bit more challenging, but it was good because the good thing about playing this is that it's changed each time because of the way the AI react. Now, Wellington's generally rather defensive, waiting for Blucher, but you can see that in this game, I mash push the centre and the right flank, and after some initial problems on the left, I was able to break the right flank, and that just broke the entire enemy army. It feels like periods in this game you have a lot of period of building up, and then you have that one decisive moment, and then after that decisive moment, you've got that sort of the cleanup. But yeah, it was much better than my previous time because I've played this before, where I did a mass assault on the left, and then a really feeble right and centre push, and all I did was mash push with my cav in the centre. But of course, the cav all I did was form squares, and the cav became useless. So you end up with this massive blob war on the left, an absolute slaughter on the right, and a very vulnerable centre that I had to send troops in to reinforce. In the end, we did take Mont Saint Jean, but it was a much more closer thing than what I have here, which was much more of success. So we will end the battle and then take a look at the statistics. So if we take a look at the army of Wellington, they have got a whopping 30. Oh, no, they had the original strength of 105,000 versus my 97,000 men. In terms of end battle again. In terms of status, apparently they're rallying, but I doubt it. And their current strength now is about 9,599 men. So you can tell that Wellington has well and truly been slapped. So casualties are high, but bear in mind a lot of these troops will have routed, and so that is why you don't see them. Whereas, of course, my men is around 35,000 strong still, with enemy casualties of 39,000. Original strength was 97,000. So again, I've took 30,000 casualties-ish, but I've still got about 35,000 men in the field ready to go. And I think Bloodshed should turn up about 25,000 men or so. So it's nothing to be too concerned about, I think anyway. At least I think that's how it works. Let me just check my stats. If I go to status, enemy casualties 39,000, orders are none, train 0, Napoleon. He had 18,000, he's now got 13. He's got 13, 20, 30, 32, 33, 34. Yeah, so it works about that. I've got about 30,000 men still on the field. So casualties aren't just the be-all end-all. I've still got 30,000 men on the field. Altogether, I don't have that many casualties compared, but I just had a lot of men who have routed or abandoned the battle. So we have got some infantry left on the right flank, which is about 9,000 men, but against my 30,000, I'm not going to be too concerned about. So let's save the replay. And then we can watch the replay. And this will allow you to sort of, okay, or it can crash on you again, and then you have to reopen the replay. It's taking a while to load up, boys, because it's got to load all that time of the battle. But this is what makes the game unique. The fact is, you can be in the thick of it with a brigade or corps, or you can be sort of hands-off umpiring as the actual head of the army, which is really good. So you can see that how the nature of the combat changed for me, or nature of the game changed for me, from being on the front lines and having to sort of manipulate the battle to not being on the front lines. So here's the replay. It does it by second. So you can do it plus 15 seconds or pause it, play it, and it should show you what's going on. So I believe the Huguenot is over here, and here's our troops. Here's the French. Here's the troops of Waterloo, which we'll be heading over to now. And you can start seeing my first group moving up. On the right flank. I've got a cavalry force over here, or an infantry. I've got an infantry force over here, which I've moved to punch through as well. And my aim was to punch through here and not to worry about too much this objective. Oh, and it looks like the infantry is now I need to change this so I move around faster. It seems like Wellington's troops are now moving forward to knock out whatever troops I have here. He's got some reserves in the back line, which is pretty good. I think this is cavalry. That's lifeguards. You've got infantry. You've got some infantry here. Some infantry there. Hello. I want to pause you. Stop. Pause. Is that Blucher? No idea, but a new course turned up to reinforce the right flank. Ah, why won't you pause? A game, you buggy piece of shit. Left flank's got slow progress. I mean, there's not a lot of infantry there. I've got to go nice and slow. And the reserves are beginning to move in now. The right flank seemed pretty easy to push over, actually. There's not a lot of infantry units here. Some cavalry, and cannons. Oh, now they're moving reserves into counter. I've got to go faster if I want to get this fully. The center has appeared to collapse along the left. I'm going to have to redo this. Load battle. No, let's go back in the field. Because it decided to stop breaking. It seems like they sort of didn't. The push on the right was they didn't have enough troops to counter it, and the push on the left was pretty much unchallenged. Oh, long load. And I think Gettysburg, the Scourge of War Gettysburg, has also got interior town as well. It should be fun. Okay, now you're going to work. Now, let's just cover the right. I know what happens on the left. Tell these guys to go offensive. Does anything actually happen over here? Is there any Prussians just lurking around, just waiting to come and clap me? Oh, okay. I think that's cavalry over here. Yeah, it's cavalry. I know this because it's thinner. The wedges are thinner, therefore it's cavalry. Oh no, it's not. It's infantry. I'm talking about us. That's cavalry. Yeah, they've got a very strong cavalry arm on the right. They've got some infantry reserves. How did Napoleon lose this? It's such. He looks like he's just got more troops, full stop. I mean, these are bigger and fatter, but there's just more. These guys are just more mobile. Oh, I'll run route here. I'm getting routed. He's got reserve infantry behind, but it's just not enough. He needs to call them forward now. He's moving cannons over to counter. We are struggling a little bit to push forward here. I do notice by the fact they're withdrawing, and then finally the main bulk of the force begins to push forward in the centre. And it just collapses it, just breaks through it. Infantry starts coming out. The guards start coming out really on the far right. I think these are all guards battalions. Yeah, Pegular guards. In a right good spot as well. It's very lucky here that we pushed right here where there's like an opening. Couple of the cavalry's now moving forward, they're all forming square. The centre's gone. The left is where most of their main infantry force is, and there's all cavalry on the further on. There's some infantry even further left, but nothing too problematic. Some reserve infantry in the centre. This whole area gets now checked by the infantry here. The left begin to advance over here. Yeah, this whole area just falls apart. There's such a weak point as well. There's a gap between two units. And so as soon as I start pushing over here, or my AI commands start pushing over here, this just buckles. There's only cavalry left on this sector, which can be easily countered without infantry support. And then it's just a gradual movement of my troops over here. And I think that's old Nappy, is it? Oh no, it's not. It's a howitzer. They're sending infantry reserves up now, but it's too late. Too late for the infantry reserves. And now it's just a slow drag to knock out the cavalry. We got militias and that getting ever thinner. Yeah, they're getting smaller and smaller. And on the far left, Huguemot's pretty much open, clear to go. We've got some cavalry, but again, I think we've well and truly smashed them. And even further left, there's some infantry units here, but they're not being utilised in the slightest. Like, I didn't even know there's a battle going on over here, if I'm honest. And like, this whole area has collapsed. It's easy. It's just a gradual push now to the actual town itself. Cavalry without infantry is just useless in this game, so it was just a few skirmishes there, a few slaps there, but this is why I give the order to withdraw them to continue to push on the left flank, and then all I have is like a few cavalry left to check them in place. The reserve corps begins moving forward. Most of this is cav. That's the thing. Waterloo's just got loads of cav, but and Wellington's got loads of cav, but he just doesn't use them. I have to do some changing to the aggressiveness to make it a bit harder. Now here's a good solid infantry line. Like the far left flank is pretty vulnerable. And getting pushed back is actually there's an actual proper battle going on here. But it's too late now. Like the whole swarm is beginning to come around. So even with these units, they can't do anything to stop me. Couple of cavalry skirmishes. Cavalry gets pushed off and routed. More cavalry skirmishes. Couple of scattered units, but nothing to be too concerned about. Just trying to, it's at this stage, it's just trying to compel the officers on the right to reform and begin advancing. Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, no chance. Just the whole flank has collapsed. The centre's gone, the right's gone. This area's been kept in check by a few units of cavalry. There is a force over here. It just hasn't seen any combat yet. Colville. I've got some cavalry over here. I didn't even notice there was actual battle over here, if I'm honest. I've got some units, like some cavalry, that's lurking, but I've got nothing real concrete to fight against this. But it's too far away. No point having that corps there if it can't. It needs to march to the sound of guns over here. Now we can mop up. Let's go to 60 speed, 60 seconds. Perhaps I'm attacking too soon and the air just doesn't have time to prepare. You never know. First Division's just not doing anything. Like that, I think the British or the Allies tend to have larger brigades compared to the French, but the French have more numerous ones for mobility. And really, they could a one or two of those brigades can do a lot of damage to a French brigade. But if they're too far away, they can't be used. It's just me, just like the battle's over now. It's just mopping up. Like they've got a few cavalry units. My guys are gradually moving forward now because I've used my cavalry, and so I'm pretty slapped in that regard. Mm. I've got the occasional pestering from a brigade over here, but nothing I have to be too concerned about. Most of my infantry is still pretty healthy. I've still got a pretty useful force. Now it's just like little petty officers just hanging around, just going, "Oh, I'll just keep falling back." Like there's no enemy army anymore. There's like one or two forces, but they're all in a state of routing off the field. They managed to reform one brigade to come over, but there's again nothing really there to threaten moi. Where's Plants and Noir? Oh, it's a big old map. Apparently, there's a load of troops here. I don't think there is. I think all showing me is a buggy map of where all the positions were at the start. But they got a cavalry force over here moving. It's the one I give the order for everyone to return back. There's a bit of territory here, is there? Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to form our defensive line. It's taking time. And that ends the scenario. Oh no, still got guys moving. And that ends the scenario. Good. So I feel like it was very historically difficult for Napoleon to lose this battle because so much of the troops were so spread out for Welly. Equally, a lot of his troops are like they're big brigades, but if they could storm the top of it, you could just use short pure numbers to overwhelm them. I mean, the first part was a bit scary on that left flank. I could tell because it was a bit disorganized, but as the game went on, I wasn't so worried, if you know what I mean. It's just like it got a bit too comfortable. There should be some remnants of Prussian troops over here. I think those are reinforcements. I don't think they are. Are they lifeguards? Nah, they're dragoons. Nah. It's just what was left for the right flank. They didn't move to battle. Instead, they just moved over here to block. But yeah. I do a pretty good battle, but you get the general idea of the game. You can spend hours and hours and hours playing it. Different difficulties, different orders of battle for the sandbox experience. You can also have sandbox campaign, which I'll show you now. But I will point out that for the base game, you'll only get the order of battle for Waterloo, and if you try to play sandbox in the order of battle for Waterloo, which is this one, you are going to face both the Duke of Wellington and Lucha at the same time, meaning that you're going to face 200,000 versus your 100,000, which is not going to be a fun experience. Also, the game is a bit buggy as well. You've also got the Quarter Bra as well if you want to play that, the WAV, Wave, Linley, and so on. Linley, of course, got the Battle of Lucha, and yeah, it's a pretty good game. Sandbox game, new campaign. Here you can play the French or the Allies. Again, you can do you pick your order of battle, so you can pick Sandbox Infantry 3 and play Bonaparte, and you can pick the options. So take one town, head to the same town and fight over it, and let's pick the starting town. So if we pick Liège, embark on the campaign. Oh yeah, I've already got a campaign. Test 2. Which is I prefer the sandbox battle because you can tell it's a bit bleh. And of course you can move around your troops and then fight the battle itself. So I start over here with my army, Napoleon Bonaparte, and we can march all the way over to the town we need to capture, which is I don't know, Brussels, maybe. Namur. So I could actually march over first, so right click. There we are. Speed. And then you can fight the battle with everyone involved. Of course, you can. I think you can play a command as well and do that sort of thing and all that sweet stuff. But it's just a persistent sandbox game, if you know what I mean. Still, there's not really much more to say. It's a pretty fun game. Pretty enjoyable. If you turn off the mods, there's also more scenarios which you can play. And it's very unique. It's just for its time. It's just very buggy and temperamental, which is a pity. It's a pity, but hey, it is what it is. It's what it is. But, yeah. I will probably come back and play this another time because I do enjoy playing this on the sandbox campaign, doing as probably the Comte Long, and just doing objectives and things like that. Fighting pitch battles without having to go everywhere like I have to do in as Napoleon. But I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed playing it, and hopefully, if you're into this sort of thing, you'll give it a go. Like I said, for the multiplayer, you're gonna have problems because of IP. So of course, people don't want to give up their IP addresses because they're scared of getting hacked. So or getting DDoSed or that sort of thing. But you have to give up. You have to share your IP address, and you've got to connect via opening port 3791, which is interesting to say the least. But no other game would have that multiplayer capability. I did hope Grand Tactician would eventually have something close to that, but it looks like Grand Tactician is sticking to single player for now. But hopefully, fingers crossed, eventually we will see games like this come out that have that sort of interesting chaos of battle sort of going on. Anyway, that's me done, boys and girls. I will see you all later. Adieu.